shabby door hangs oddly on its hinges, secured to the doorframe with a safety chain. An unpaid energy bill is attached, threatening to cut off the electricity. It's addressed,
And the place comes with 3 months' worth of utility bills.
snip. The cutter goes through them like dead leaves. The links fall to the
I know there's no stopping you, but let's at least make this...
A phone book lies open on the table, covering a stack of utility bills. Right next to it, in plain sight, sits...
Good.
The minuscule amount of amphetamine doesn't interest the lieutenant in the slightest. He listens and he pocket the bottle as if it were the most... A bundle of clothes heaped on the bed. A stained... In the dark, it looks like a nest. A bundle of clothes. In the dark, it looks like a nest. Something underneath there is breathing. Your hand touches a greasy duvet covered in cigarette burns and ketchup stain. It's deep in suffering somehow. You see a 60-year-old, fat, red-headed man passed out from large amounts of alcohol. You don't have to take him down. He's already down.
What is there to do? We could turn him on his side so he doesn't choke on his own vomit, but he's already on his side. We could take him to Remedy or Saint Baptiste, but he doesn't have money for... They don't do charity for people who are trying to kill themselves. Besides, he'll be dead.
Years. The pile of blankets grunts miserably. The man groans once again, but his tongue keeps failing him. It's impossible. And then it dawns upon pigs. He's trying to call you pigs. His hand falls back on the bed, limp, and
At least he got to say his piece. Well, judging...
the lieutenant's right. The man's unwashed hair bears a familiar ginger tone. Even the hair on his chest is coppery. The light from the window falls into his half-open eyes.
No, it really doesn't. This man won't be feeding his family anytime soon. Not that he was.
A pair of half-open bug eyes is staring back at you. His half-open eyes give him the look of a dead man. But he is in there, and not enjoying himself.
Look, he's trying to communicate.
This door has been closed with a padlock. A chalk-drawn number on the board says, number 11. It's a solid lump of metal, but the shackle is deeply corroded. A solid pair of chain cutters would make short work of it.
You seem committed to it, so go on.
This door has been closed with a padlock. The shackle snaps like a twig, and the lock falls to the floor.
After you, detective.
A plaster cast bust depicts a middle-aged man with impressive sideburns. The name on the plinth reads, Kraz Marzov.
The White Star, the photos on the wall. I think we have broken into the apartment of a young communard. How fitting.
A plaster cast bust depicts a middle-aged man with impressive sideburns. The name on the plinth reads, Kraz Marzov.
Whoever lives here definitely shares your enthusiasm. There aren't many communists around, not after the revolution. Some youth still keep the ideology going, it seems. I suspect that's exactly what they are trying to do. There aren't many communists around, not after the revolution. It was definitely controversial. The tenant here seems to lack. There aren't many communists around, not after the revolution.
A plaster cast bust depicts. That isn't just a five-pointed star. It's an inverted white pentagram. The star and antlers was developed in the 6th decade of the... Even today, half a century after, the star and antlers retains the ability to evoke hope, disappoint, to symbolize that also some social democrats were already. The wreath of antlers represents a natural crown. It was about building a society because white is the color of peace. Gone is the glory of hope. Only the scribblings of you are the big communism builder now. A plaster cast bust depicts a middle-aged man.
The White Star, whoever they are, the White Star, the photos on the wall. I think we have broken into the apartment of...
You hear someone walking around inside. The walking stops abruptly. You can feel tension on that. Sounded like a woman. A woman. You hear a poor communard from the looks of it. The room is barely bigger than a closet.
Do I have to open the door? Do you have a warrant? I'm not obligated.
Let's go. We don't have a
It's generally easier to do
Give me a moment. The cold never does any good for my bronch.
This woman's health is failing her. There's not much to do.
Go ahead, then.
She's the cleaning lady. She knows the floor plan and the residence.
Ask away, policeman. I don't want to talk about Deweeters. Addicts. All of them. They don't like me cleaning behind their door.
It was dirtier there. After the janitors...
We saw unpaid utility bills.
No one likes them in this building. It's only because of the kids they haven't been thrown out. I don't like talking about those people. No one lives there. It's been empty for... Impossible. I would know if someone had moved in there. Maybe it's those countercultural people again. Breaking into a house like it's a public space. Great. Young people. They're worse than rats. You know, always littering the hallways with trinkets and empty beer cans.
She mumbles some kind of a response. Then... You hear someone walking around inside, rearranging the furniture. The number on the panel says 10.
Excuse me?
You have plenty of reason to enter.
Oh, come on!
Well,
That was smart.
Satisfied? My name is Marielle Charpentier, and I'm an agent with Martinez Realty Associates. I am not...
her voice is really cheerful.
Do you want to see my ID as well? You can't legally ask for it, but why not? Want to see my residence permit too? Very well, but please make it quick. I need to be back in La Delta in an hour. I need to get it ready for the next lease, but as you can see, the previous tenant completely trashed the place. It was some kind of a moribund old man who used to be
A sudden serious look crosses her face.
But that was months ago. Anyway, Was there anything you wanted? Oh, that's another huge mess. The former tenant owes us 3 months of rent. And again, I have no idea how stupid mistakes like this can even happen. But Ron, a hole in the wall. Can you believe it? And then the tenant ran off with his stuff. He's gone.
The sum must have been... Oh, it irks her. The incompetence.
Don't ask me what happened with the wall. I have no idea. Both apartments are now unrentable. Both. Of course.
Master Investigator, you just can't keep yourself away from locked and hidden places, can you? Nothing, nothing. You're right. Get in there. Attaboy, the world's secrets were made for you. They wait patiently.
Give me a moment. I see. I hope some good people are finally going to move in. This place needs them. Yes. Well.
Your statements are too vague to comment on.
The streets will flow red once more, a great torrent rushing down rude...
The streets will not flow red with anything.
I'm Cindy the fucking Skull. What else do you want to know? Date of birth, blood type, the last time I was tested for Hep C. Ask away, pigman, but I don't promise to answer.
A brush, an artist, the red splat, that smell coming from her paint bucket. It's not paint, it's heavy fuel.
Can't you tell? I'm painting a beautiful... I haven't really started it yet. I'm waiting for the right words. Yeah? Thanks. I'm sure the inspiration...
She means you've lessened her desire to deface the building.
Red dyed heavy fuel oil, intended for exclusive use in government vehicles.
What did you think I was using? Aquarels? Sucked it out of a cop's...
She really did it. She's proud of it too.
You ain't seen nothing yet, piggy boo. I ain't no snitch, pigstein. Go forth and forage in someone else's
Actually, there is a shortage of people who talk to us.
We weren't put on this earth to make your life pleasant, fucko. What do I care about some fucking tin eggshells? Ugh, alright, sad piggy. I'll give you this one. If you haven't been there, the village is a shithole down the coast from the main plaza. Have a good time. No. That's all the snitching Cindy the Skull does. I have a weakness for animals. It's the animal thing.
Or a weakness for police officers, miss. Thank you either way.
Watch your back, ungulate. Hello again, officers. Have you... What for? But boring. You're not using my lovely brush to... Well, if it's for art... But what kind of art are we talking about? Let me stop you right there, Piggy. You have no idea, do you? No idea. No brush? Fuck off. Yeah, not gonna hold my breath, Piggy. You look like you'd suck. Everything, really. Hello again, officers. Have you come to a...
They do.
Hello again, officers.
They...
Hello again, officers. Have you...
They do.
Hello again, officers.
They...
Hello again, officers.
They do.
Hello again, officers.
They do.
Hello again, officers. Have you come to admire my mural?
They...
Hello again, officers.
They...
Hello again, officers.
They...
Hello again, officers.
They...
Hello again, officers.
You don't have the skills to execute something like this in practice. But, oh boy, the idea's gone. She squints her eyes.
On fire. I say, sod off. You don't have the technical skills to do that. I like your idea. Should have thought of it myself. Then get your brush from...
Oops, my apologies. You're a police officer and a grown-up. Why are you trying to impress her? Maybe try a different approach.
And I need an aircraft carrier. So what? Have you got any kids? But fine, take the brush. I'm all out of...
You know what you should be able to find in your government-issued vehicle? Red-dyed heavy fuel oil. That beautiful wall deserves nothing less.
My fuel oil is for my kinema. Use your own fuel if you are unable to contain your artistic impulses, but please, leave my...
The pockets of these new jeans are perfect for sticking your hand into. Makes you look cool, calm, and collected. As your hand... Hey, it's a chewing gum wrapper. It reminds you of the fruity juice of apricots. You're not familiar in a good way, you might say. By the way, the raw materials were most likely exported from Seaguy, the apricot suzerainty. There it is again. The scent of apricots with a touch of cinnamon. Smells like the end of some distant summer. The surface of another planet. Or some ink, bitter, citrus, sweet. It's whatever petrochemical byproducts they used to create this artificial flavor until a blossom of skin and flower petals erupts behind your closed eyes. Your heart working overtime. Trying to keep up with the panicked synapses firing all feels so familiar. plaster cast bust depicts a middle-aged...
The White Star, the photos on the wall. I think...
Kuno's like Kuno's dad? Kuno doesn't give a fuck Alright, so you got Kuno's kilo. Here is how we do it. First, that's how we split it. It's the best way. Street way. Wow, that's heavy. There you go. More than half in there. Kuno's...
There is no movement on the lieutenant's...
Now tell me, how the fuck are you still alive, pig? The fuck do you know about Kuno?
Yeah, we got plan.
Yeah? How are you still standing, pig? You sneak past him. What?
His posture changes. The swaying rooster motion stops.
Fuck right. Kuno's dad was sleeping like a bum. Kuno told you. Kuno's dad doesn't give a shit. You got lucky, pig. Kuno knew this. Kuno's fucking violent fiend dad's been drinking hard lately. Kuno knew you have a way in. Narrow window. Kuno window. Stop trying to give Kuno your pity shit. Kuno knows what that shit is. Kuno's dad's gonna be a fucking veg. Kuno's gonna go out like that too. Gonna be just like Kuno's violent dad. Fuck on speed. Do crime shit.
Stop saying all this sad shit.
There's a touch of...
Fuck are you talking sad? Kuno's got hard shit, death shit, nothing shit. Get your fucking nun ass out of here before Kuno fucks it dead. You think 'cause you broke Kuno turn into... Kuno ain't turning into shit.
If he doesn't stop soon, he's going to...
Kuno won! Oh, you won, Kuno!
Yeah, so fucking what? Fuck are you talking to Kuno about that kiddie shit?
He's trying to fuck...
Fuck out of here. Kuno knows it's fucking lame. That's why Kuno changed it. Kuno can change...
Don't change your name into that, Kuno.
Fuck right they were. Fucking 3 years or some shit. Yeah, that's right. Kuno's dad doesn't give a shit about that electricity and light shit. Just wants to pound on people and drink. Fuck that shit. Kuno's gonna move underground.
Yeah, in a tomb, Kuno.
Yeah, pig. This shit is done. Kuno doesn't...
The speakers below are banged up and
Super cool! Now
the sneakers seem to vibrate in your hands with an
the junk is yours, officer. Happy listening. Try not to hurt your...
If you don't mind, please put the flashlight on.
photonic sensitivity is not generally acknowledged by the medical establishment.
I do appreciate it. Officer, the flashlight, please. Hello, hello. Let me know if I can help you with anything. Sure, let me have a look. Anything else you're thinking of selling? Another time, perhaps. Atabe, we have boomboxes for sale that will play it. Check the shelves.
The boomboxes on the shelf look well-loved and well-traveled. Chipped, dented. One especially catches your eye. Deep gold, this is you. Just make sure it works before you buy it.
Is the Harman Welsh W2. Made in Vespa. Designed in Seoul. Plays all real. A discount? I do.
A man like that in a neighborhood like this, in a rickety house. Careful, you can only do this once.
No, not really. I expect momentous change at any moment. Fine.
Success. Sort of. Whatever gets the job done, right?
And here you are. Quality sound reproduction on the go. It'll play anything.
The porter reel is just what you needed. The reels attach to the apparatus with a satisfying click. The tape is routed behind the magnetic reader. You push, command set, and...
This isn't Revachol. This is a fuck...
The harbor. That's the son of a...
When this shit is done, I'm gonna tear that place up. Soldier the... Gonna run a room, Cordy. A real nice room. I'll fucking do them all in. Rape that disco cunt on the counter. Never did get that taste out of my mouth.
The lieutenant presses the button marked Arrête on your portereel.
End of recording. It seemed authentic enough. Probably recorded off the shortwave, then edited to seem more incriminating. He sounded like he was on patrol around the harbor walls. Still. Corty could be short for Cortenard, one of the other mercenaries, the one he was talking to. Probably the mountain at the harbor. A village on the Samaran Isola, in South Safre. Grad committed... Who knows? Maybe the tattoos would have an answer.
A symbol of Soldier of the Apocalypse style conduct.
I think we've got a few more questions for class here, don't you?
As you take out the tape, the boombox tunes itself back. The contrast feels chilly.
Officer, what brings you up here in the rain?
She puts her with a soft ring.
Did he? I never said he was a good man.
She doesn't care. If anything, she sounds amused.
Where did they get this
It's intercepted radio chatter of the deceased. Recorded...
Does he say he's gonna do it Soldier of the Apocalypse style? Yeah. That was practically his pickup. Did he say whores a lot? Was he pretty much on the verge of doing it Koh-Holly style? He wasn't actually there. He didn't do a tour, or at least didn't tell me he did. Would have been overkill anyway. He lived his own... No, I'm pretty sure he did all those things. and then had to internalize them to keep on living.
She's quite observant about the human character, trained to observe, even.
Running joke. I was gonna say running joke. And it sounds like you didn't even get the good bits. It was like the Seminole conflict, the Khohoi massacre, and the 36 famine in Yezud all rolled into one person, then cast in Orani Sera. Afraid of what? That tape the Hardy Boys recorded? Had I the physical robustness and social support, I'd be in Khohoi. I would be tearing it up.
She wouldn't. She doesn't have the full Hoi.
Did he tell you he had actually done it?
No. We were too busy laying waste to our own nervous systems to direct any of the fury outward. He seemed happy.
What kind of man was he? Before you go, ask for details. She seems okay to talk about it.
Thank you for clearing that up, miss. Whenever you're ready. And
she takes a very small sip of her coffee and smiles.
Like, for example...
Actually, officer...
A nickname?
I guess. He came from Lelystad. It's short for that. And it was his...
Lelystad. That's a good start. We have a few questions you can help us with. A few things a field autopsy alone.
The young woman cranes her neck, trying to catch a glimpse of the page, the last missing pieces of a puzzle of flesh.
He was 42.
42? Are you sure?
He had many scars that made him appear older. We even celebrated his birthday, like, some weeks ago.
It looks like you were right, officer.
Points are good. Have one, you old dog, before we all die.
It isn't. Police work is...
This is clearly sports for him. Something like archery or darts. The young woman looks at you, then the lieutenant, then you.
Blue. Light blue. They were like, pardon the swearing. I do him an injustice. He wasn't ugly.
He had a combat wound on his chin?
Yes. Severe. It made him look like...
Ah, yes. His hair?
It was light brown, almost blonde. He darkened it with brilliantine, made oily. Not nice to stroke. I couldn't convince him to leave it alone.
No.
She tries to light another cigarette. It's windy, but...
Oh, that. Sure. Waterways. It was mostly for... How? Imagine him lying in bed.
Is this Orani's lit?
Yes. This is the very essence of Orani's lit. He's smoking and drinking, of course. And his chest and shoulders and arms. And the woman goes like, "What was this, baby?" And he says, "That was too hardcore. Don't ask me about that." So she goes, and so it goes. Star after star, port after port, third. Oh yeah. No thank you. I've seen enough of him dead. I can
Go on.
He was a blue-eyed boy with thick arms, from a small town. He was also poor, and the government of Iran. He went to Killer Academy in Vredefort. Then he killed some people on the Seminole Islands. And on other islands, too. All of the islands. After this, he came to Revachol and got... Change of topic, perhaps?
All right.
Coolly, gracefully, she pours herself more coffee. Wait, stop. That man, below the damage, the weeks of decomposition. How old are you? That's where this is going. Thought you could ask either one of them.
Huh? How old? 58? Actually, make that 54. Alcoholism has, and I was wrong about it.
Wait. This requires scientific measurements. To the laboratorium.
It's you again. What is it? And?
He tenses immediately. Chest tightens. Jaw sets. Ready for an...
That fucking fucker. You're the worst.
That fucker wasn't aimed at you. It was at her.
Dark. Dark is when you start. What did she have to say then? Fine by her? This is what people are supposed to be like? Fucking whoop-de-doo.
Yes. In fact, I think she thought it was
funny. No.
Seems like they wanted to give Claudia a second chance.
Alright. All fucking righty then. I guess it...
Please try to control yourself in the presence of visitors.
This is just perfect. Just fucking perfect.
You don't have to say everything out loud. Just mix and match.
I asked for your opinion. Not a bedtime story. Tell it to your grandma.
But she didn't. She knows she can't lie to us.
Fantastic. So now, you remember how to do your job.
Yeah, guys.
Why? Success. They admitted to unlawful collaboration to derail the investigation.
I already told you. We fucking...
There's less gusto in his voice now. The man is slowing down. Looks like a bad book. Who could? It's getting harder and harder to perform one's part in this sordid...
Come on, Titus. We know you didn't hang him. He was shot. I know you're tired. So am I.
You know what? I am tired. Next time you see her, tell her. Type.
This is the petulant rage of...
That lying, scamming.
Yeah.
On the floor, beer drips out of the can.
What is this quiet funeral shit? All we need is some beer.
Why do we make it 40, huh? Why do we make it 100 beers? You're not loud enough.
100 beers? Now we're talking. Hoppity hop over here, cafeteria manager.
Claudia is playing.
It's you again. What is it?
He tenses immediately.
That
fucker wasn't aimed at you.
Dark, what did she have to say then? Fine by her? This is what people are supposed to be.
Yes.
Fun.
Seems
right.
Please.
This is just...
You don't have to say everything out loud.
I asked for...
But she did.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Why?
Success. They had...
Already.
There's less the man who could...
Come on,
You know, next...
This...
Yeah.
On the floor.
What is?
How do we make it? 100 beers? Now we're talking. Hoppity hop over here, cafeteria manager.
Convince Titus he's being manipulated, but you know someone who might. Fat Angus, the powerful guy. Just remember, it's about more than Glacia. It's about these men and Martinez, their district, their responsibility.
Huh?
He'll get it. Go on.
Got it. Kill you because they don't like you. All because...
Yeah, we liked it.
It wasn't for your fucking entertainment, Dennis.
they kill you because they think it's funny.
It wasn't that. It wasn't.
That's it. That's the weak.
Officer, you will be next if you don't shut up.
Firearm. A Glass 08 or a 38 caliber. He's onto you. He knows what you're trying to do.
We didn't kill him. We didn't even...
Shut up, Angus!
Fatty! Say one more thing to the cop.
Dennis, stand down, or I'll beat your head in. Theo, take your hand off the belt.
Does he? His closed fist is shaking. It's...
Angie, where's your goddamn inhaler?
I left it home. I can't get it.
Why are you so fucking fat, Angus? Now it's all pointless. Because of you. You waste...
Lizzie, your help is no longer needed here. Go.
Fine. I'll tell him. After a long walk along the coast.
You're in. He's all yours. Questions.
In a manner of speaking, we had help from another girl. It was her idea to hang him, and I liked it. Fella, you think too much. He's off all right. That woman is just affiliated with the Hardy Boys. You don't know her, anyway. Nope. You're not getting to her. It's Glacia you want to talk to.
He nod.
You hanged the corpse to cover up the real...
Another nod.
'Cause the girls asked us to.
Girls plural? There's another girl.
Did she kill him?
Cop, I have no idea.
He doesn't think she did. Or at least he...
Glacia came down. She seemed really out of it. Drugged up, even more than usual. Bug-eyed and gurning, you know? It looked like she'd redosed after something went down. I've seen that look before. She was scared. I knew someone had died. I've done this job for 10 years. I've seen it before. It's the politician.
Good analogy, boss.
You don't get to talk yet, Shanky. You're still on the bench.
That's okay with the fat man. Still wheezing there. He couldn't...
We went upstairs. Sure as day the merc was dead. There was a bullet hole through the window. Fucking...
He means they'd been...
Tibbs patched the window. And the corpse. We hanged. Nah, he's my brother.
Tibbs. That's short for...
Yeah. Good.
Bet their father's name, Atticus Hardy. Lucretia Hardy would be their sister. Anyway.
You may have noticed our girl's in some shit of her own. That can't show up on police radar kind. There are people after her. From the old. They're powerful. Connected to the Moral Lantern. She's clearly a friend.
That's all he knows.
And why would you help someone like that? By taking...
Why would I? I guess we abide all sorts of runaways and losers here. It's a Martinez thing. Not yet. Just some ideas. She says the shot came from outside. I'm thinking someone's past.
Hers, you mean?
I mean the people after Klausya. Maybe the shot.
I like that. Been thinking the same thing myself.
My dude. One of those mercenary buddies of his could have done it. They got guns. Tell you what I'd do. Check out the coast for vantage points. Maybe consult with a ballistic...
These theories, not bad. Don't buy either one, but still, this guy's not as dumb as he looks.
You do that. Hey, cop. Klausya, came to Martinez to hide. Many of us did. This is where you wash up when there's nowhere left. That's right. If we didn't take care of the people who end up here, this place would just...
We'll take that into account.
It's always good to see you.
Something in her demeanor has changed. She's tired, consigned to her fate, to being here with you.
I understand.
Just like that. No resistance. Her shoulders are slouched, her feet long and straight.
I'm sorry for wasting your time.
This is good. Clear the air first. Is it? Shush. I can't hear.
Why did you waste our...
Because of the Hardys. I couldn't just dispense with them. They were only trying to help me. Out of the shit I'd gotten into. You're right. You answer to the coalition government, and by extension, the moral...
Briefly glancing over her shoulder to a grand expanse of water reaches over the bay and to the Pearl, the Muindi Isola, the Occident, and then Aranye, the old...
You share a database with them. You send people to their courts. Just business. But bad business for some people in the moral...
What happens if
They will kill me, sir. If you file my name, well, then I'm fucked. For nothing. This murdered...
Fucked? People after her? Moral intern people? Actually, this murder did have a little to do with her.
It's not nice, but it's not...
What exactly?
Industrial espionage. I joined a business collective with the intention of... with a bigger company. The kind you really, really don't...
I need the names of the companies involved, and who...
The job was Louisdouen County Savings Bank. They sound small, but they're part of the Louis Scott conglomerate. As to who hired me for the job, I don't know. But they're after me too. Along with Louis Scott and their friends in the MI. Once you're done in the competitive intelligence circuit, you don't have allies. You're radioactive. Sure, I'm not a war criminal, but it was bad. A lot of people got hurt. But that's just more of my shit you shouldn't have to deal with. You're solving a murder. We were there. Together. In bed. Okay. He was in a kneeling position. He had just entered me. I was on my back, looking at him. I heard the window behind me shatter, and I turned to look. I turned back to him. His eyes were looking through me, and his mouth was open.
A great pain moves through her.
I knew he was dead. But
you were right. He did enjoy the moment of his death.
He was heavy. I pushed him off and he fell to the floor. There. He only had his boots on. I bit the pillow, not to scream. Then ran down. I waited for the second shot to come. For me.
She's forgotten about her cigarette. The butt has burned right down to her fingernails.
So am I.
She throws it away.
What time was this? When did it happen?
11:30 to 12:15.
It's okay. Were you...
Not as much as usual. He'd done a line.
Wait. Titus said she was gurning her jaw off. Much more than usual.
Oh, yeah. I did one of his...
Did you hear or see the shooter?
No. Nothing. I was trapped. I was stuck in my room downstairs. I got some clothes on and he was still on the floor, slouched. I couldn't be there with him anymore. So I ran down and out of my room, into the hallway, down the stairs. I knew I did. I also had a side job selling insurance that I was really... After that, I sort of, transitioned out of the whole culture scene. Sylvie was tending the bar. A lot of people were there. The Hardys were. Ruby was there too. They were having such a good time. I sat down and...
Ruby?
Ruby.
The leader?
The Hardy Boys. Well, nominally, yes. Ruby's the one they go to when things happen, like...
This Ruby, in her phrasing, is entrusted with great...
Would you say she is the 8th Hardy?
Why not? Well, Ruby said let's talk upstairs. I showed her the room. I've known these people since December. They know my situation. She said she'd take care of this. It's what she does, you know? Take care of things. I helped her get...
To mislead you, they were...
To produce lividity, matching a hanging?
Yes.
We completely missed the tempering. Looks like you got there in time.
About 20, yes. Ruby explained it would make the blood... You know what he does. Ruby went outside to talk to Titus and the boys. I was just looking at Lely in the bathroom. It took Ruby maybe half an hour to come back with Titus. I'd gotten him ready by then. They carried him out. I knew what they were going. Ruby said to wait here. She also said I wouldn't see her for a while. That we should I don't know. I haven't seen...
We will need to take this question.
Interesting. Why did this Ruby go through so much trouble to hide something someone else did? Look into...
Last week, Angus and Titus's brother...
You should have another look at that window after this. Reconstruct. Yes, you see the glass sparkling out of the corner of your eye.
When he was shot? I may have. I don't know.
The gunshot wasn't that loud. This is something to keep in mind when assessing the distance of the shot.
That's the first thing that went through my head when I heard the... I thought they'd found me. They've killed him to punish me. All that so they wouldn't be hurt. I've come to understand, however, this is paranoia.
We can't go after loose cap. Not yet. There are other.
I don't ask you to, Lieutenant. But there's one thing I know, is that you'll get nothing from there. What? Why would I put myself through this? He wouldn't have died if it weren't for me. I know that.
He was a serviceman. He must have had a gun lying around, close to her hand. A military weapon using jacketed ammunition.
Like what? Because I'm an idiot.
Which is an idiot. She's nothing of the sort.
You have to understand, the people around here, no one was making the call.
Her jaw is clenched. Her throat moves. It takes all her strength.
He kept throwing stones at him for 3 days. I could hear the thud.
She definitely called the cops. That was task complete. It could not have been a lie. That, she nods, silently. She doesn't... He's thinking, are we done here? Or... She looks back. We will see. You are Miss Aranya. Nothing. Just time pop. You are not anything out of the ordinary. Air moves in your windpipe. Your heart beats. You're a detective. She presses her elbows against. Her hair brushes her shoulders, making a small hissing sound. The strange moment ends. It was brief, no longer than 2.2 seconds.
Okay. We were there, okay? I turned...
I knew... You were right.
How?
He just had a hunch. Detectives have those.
It was heavy.
She's forgotten about her cigarette. The butt has burned right down to her fingernails.
I'm not lying to you.
You may sometimes be bad at reading her, but she throws it away.
What time was this? When did...
11:30 to...
It's okay.
Not as much.
Wait. Titus said she was gurning her...
Did you hear?
No, nothing. He was still on the floor, slouched.
She nods, silently. Then picks up the cold coffee.
I was just thinking, what a nice...
But...
I was just thinking, what a nice day...
But we...
I was just thinking...
But we... If you have doubts...
I was just thinking...
Who? What? Dear God, you've been lied to. She probably didn't give you her real name either. Why would she? Arrest her immediately, before she further entangles you in her web of lies.
I agree. You wouldn't give us your real name, not when people...
Okay. Okay, it's not. You log your work every week. It's all transmitted to Commonser. I couldn't... Like I lied before. Like I did at LCSB. I have to lie all the time. It's Katarzyna Lazie.
Could it mean Glasia is an acronym for Katarzyna Alazie?
It was a sentimental thing. I want it to be...
A nickname? Who gave you this nickname, Glasia?
A teenage boy. 1,000,000 years ago. I haven't said it aloud in such a long time.
She's filling dead air. Can't...
No. It's submerged in a plastic buoy on the coast, in the reef. Passport and visa. Given to me by my employer. I can't even use them. My employer probably...
Why would it...
I didn't show up to a rendezvous. They don't take that lightly. I didn't show up because I was afraid they'd do something.
She fears an arrest right here and now. This has been an awful turn of events for her.
West of the boardwalk, in the reeds, on the coast there. I put it there when I first arrived. It's useless.
The lieutenant makes a note of it.
You're welcome to it. It's in the reeds northwest of here, past the Bergen sewage pipe, right near the waterline. It's Katarzyna.
Could it mean Glasia is an acronym for Katarzyna Alazie? She nods. Her round eyes meet yours. They seem moist.
It's Katarzyna.
Could it mean Glasia is...
You can call me whatever you want. It's Katarzyna.
Could it mean Glasia is an...
That's cool.
She doesn't feel like a Glasia. She feels like...
It's Katarzyna.
Could it mean Glasia?
I haven't said it aloud in such a long...
She's filling... She nods. Her back ready for the damage. She knows you're grilling her.
Clausia. It was my first real boyfriend who gave me that name. He never recovered from the shit we went through. He was a writer. He made Oranisle. I know I'm shit. I know. But I haven't done anything.
Failure to aid. She purposefully misrepresented it. Fucking mind. That's right, gang. Stern and merciless now. Stern and merciless as we reel her in. The lieutenant produces a pair of handcuffs.
Please, no.
But there's nowhere to go. A two-story drop to the plot. Fragile.
I think I know who did it. Who shot Lely. I can tell you. I can help you.
She's silent for a second, as if looking into herself, for gearing up for this betrayal.
Ruby. She has this thing for me. Ever since I met her and the boys. Sex. And more. I made the mistake of confiding in her. I told her I was on the run. When I started spending time with Lely, she told me to end it. Said there would be shit if I didn't.
I don't understand. What exactly in your relationship made you think she is romantically interested?
She said she's in love with me. She even asked me to run away with her when I told her.
And you led her on?
A little. I was flattered, you know? But then I had to let her off, and it was not easy. I came to regret being friendly with her. We maybe kissed, nothing more.
This is just an assault.
I know what it sounds like. That's why I didn't want to tell you before. Somehow, she knew Lely was dead. She wasn't surprised at all.
This is a familiar theory. You had it too, remember? Could it be that Ruby was covering up after herself? The lynching?
She came over one night, drunk, said she'd turn my life into a living hell. I've been threatened before. I can tell when someone knows how to do it. And she's a pro. She must be. To keep the Hardys in line. I tried
Some of that fear is still... What are you talking about? She's afraid you'll arrest...
She could have had access to the roof. You've noticed that door there, right? She could have come to the roof through that. Then taken the shot.
Then slipped back downstairs without anyone...
Interesting theory. Did she know that door?
Yes, of course. She's been up here many times, jacking private stations off the ring antenna. She used to come here to drink on the roof with me.
Okay, arrest the liar. Don't arrest her. Push her a bit more. But then she's stuck here. She's already in prison. Look around. She's only trying to help you. Her. Stop letting her distract you.
Thank you.
Something tells you, you will. She nods. Then no.
Okay.
She slowly lights another. You are. This is not the end of this. This window is pristine on the inside, unlike the one next to it. Golden light melts away into the blue, glassy darkness of your mind. In it are a two-hearted spider. Like the witness said, the man is kneeling. The man looks directly at the woman. The shot's possible directions ending him. From the roof outside, location A prime. The glass fractures around the bullet hole. Shards face inwards like a corona behind the woman's back. The man does not know the bullet has entered his brain. He never will. Death comes far. The ray cast from the man's mouth unravels into a fan of possible directions, all on the roof at first. The shot could have come from any of them. This is composite location A prime, most likely of the origin points. There could have been. Then the rain and slush and wind, 72%, with an antique weapon that fires military-grade ammunition. A Belma-grave rifle, for example. The lights were on in here. Outside it was dark. It was like shooting fish in an aquarium. A well-lit aquarium. The victim opened his mouth to let the bullet in. Neither of them would have seen anything outside, in the darkness. Too busy with their own bodies. None that you've found thus far, but that doesn't mean their point X would contradict the woman's testimony, rendering the entire proposition void. These figures would be white. That's a 28%, yes. In this model, the shot could have come from a greater distance. Nothing According to your map of the district, this shot could have come from a wide angle of locations, starting with the northern edge of the abandoned boardwalk, ending with an islet in the bay. Let's call them B prime. B prime for boardwalk, B double prime for Land's End, and B triple prime for the islet detective. They may be 700 meters away. The likeliest of these B positions, 20%. 1.2 kilometers away. The least likely of these positions, let's say 3%. 1 kilometer away, a point beyond the docks, on an islet in the bay. The fort is ruined. The shot would have been a small miracle, 5% likelihood. There is an extremely narrow field of view from the bay to the window, between Rue de Saint-Ghislain 10 and 33A.
From where, precisely? I see you have given this a lot of thought. Are those the locations you've singled out in addition to the roof? And what is the likelihood, in your opinion, that it came from a further distance? Okay, well, we should see if there is gunshot residue or sniper nest. It would be the diligent thing to do. Until then, personally, I'm going with the roof version. It fits the hidden path through the whirling.
Two neon-lit shapes, a man and a woman. Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? Yes. It took some convincing, but I got the message.
The lieutenant leans in to listen, notebook in hand.
That suit of armor was issued to an Oranese citizen named Ellis Kortenaer. That's E-L-L-I-S-K-O-R. He was found as a newborn in a leaf compactor near an abandoned farm. He spent 4 months in the neonatal. This is what the ICP knows about him. He was raised by foster parents, entered the East Brand Military Academy, then the armor followed him to Seminine, or at least I assume it did. And that's it. There are no records of his employment in Crenel, or any of its other incarnations, or him even entering Ravishot. It's a garden tool used to press leaves into these cubes. It's a detail the hospital had.
It is. Thank you, Alice.
None, officer. Sorry.
Even that is a small miracle. These organizations usually double...
No problem,
A compliment from Lieutenant Kitsuragi. Not bad.
A name. This is very good.
I'm glad the inquiry was helpful to your investigation, officer. Did you have any other questions? 57.
In the cabin, you see a set of steering.
shine on these sunglasses lasts a lifetime, officer. 100% guaranteed. A good starter pair, officer. And when you're ready to upgrade,
A couple of indicator lights are missing from this control panel. Loose wires dangle from them. Could this be why Morel hasn't returned to Lena? You grab the handle and pull the lever up. As soon as the metal connects against the contact pin, the water lock starts moving.
All right, we can go to the coast now. Expect rugged terrain and drunks. And if you wanted to forge that document for it.
Rust peels off the bent iron posts of the swing. The wind whistles.
In this yard?
He's assessing the situation.
Someone thought they could have a summer house in a bloc obscure. For cheap. It didn't work out. They abandoned it about a decade ago. A black bloc. A part of the city left unrenovated after the war. Or practically, it's not an official term in any way, but look around. No sewage, broken power lines, crime, drunks. Life is tough, yes. For you to scavenge like a post-apocalyptic scavenger.
It's not meant as...
We should move. I don't think we will solve the murder.
banged-up motor carriage lies half-submerged in the icy water, slowly sinking into the Insulindian Ocean. Only the cabin top, rear wheels, and the end. It must be cold and lonely. Remember the tire tracks in Martinez? This is where they were leading.
It appears to be so. I agree. We should definitely investigate.
You get a sudden, sinking feeling. Stomach acid comes up as you look at the motor carriage in the deep, dark, cold water.
Let's wait for the low tide and see.
Great idea. Then we can get the things inside. The joyrider must have left something good inside. Guns.
I don't know. An hour or two, tops?
The motor carriage is properly stuck in the ice. Getting it out would require a team of... The logo is too deep in the murky water.
The ice hasn't closed around the vehicle yet. My guess is...
The estimate is correct. The incident probably occurred on Sunday evening. As you sit down in the old, rusty playground, the hinges creak under you. Nothing but the sound of seagulls high above in the sky, echoing like distant laughter. Ice, the tune on your lips forms a strange, yet undid. The lieutenant gives you a quick glance, then, still looking straight at two birds on a wire, whistling by the clouds pass in the sky, and the shadow of the swing moves like the hour hand on a... Looks like this might take a while. Time to present a good topic for discussion.
Well, historically, leeches have been used to...
Okay, he's thinking. I can do this. Let's do this. Well, napalm ants, for example, are clouds on the horizon grow darker, and the shadow of the swing set keeps climbing. You hear the distant rumble of the city. 30 minutes pass.
Luckily, I am already a member of an independent organization, and therefore do not have to choose between a rock and a hard place.
Your voice echoes on the water, strange and out of place in the environment. 30 more minutes pass.
Detective, I've been able to make out the mark ever since we arrived. It is a simple and rugged machine, favored by working men, government offices. Yes, 41.
It's as if he knows what it stands for, but wants you to... Does he know something about the driver of this vehicle?
I'm sorry, Harry.
41. Precinct 41. And you feel like you're about to faint and fall off the swing. Your hands... Oh, God, Harry. No. Just nope. Say no to this, Harry.
Yes, your car is in the sea. Face it, so we can start dealing with this. I'm afraid so, yes. It looks like you started in front of the whirling, jumped over the canal, and then drove your vehicle in the sea right here. Of whom? I don't think so. If anything, detective, we don't.
It's sunken too deep. There is no access ramp.
I'm afraid it will have to be there like that for many years. Look at it. Parts of it might be That is very unlikely. All the electrics are toast. You'd be lucky to find one undamaged component in there. In a few months. Well, not cheaper. This motor carriage costs 40,000 real. But in the long run, it still makes more sense to buy a new machine than try to refurbish this. Let's face it, this is a substantial loss to your district's budget. I mean, my station only has 4 of the...
This was 20% of the station's vehicular budget.
You can still whistle. Besides, the night is always darkest before the dawn. Yes.
Apricot chewing gum scented one. A police badge on which you see the photo of a man.
At least something good came out of all this.
Encased between two durable plastic sheets is a bluish card with line. You see a photo, a name, a rank, a document number, the date of issue, and the man keeps winking at you with his green-grey eyes. But the badge is new. 8, maybe 10 years. The guy in the picture is rather good-looking. He's got, what do you think? His face is already contorted by, it looks like you had quite the charming face way back then. Your hair is, the lack of alcohol swelling is a bonus. Though the badge in your hand shines as you rotate it, catching light. You see lines.
Harrier, that's long for Harry. So you are Harry. Evrard was half right. Probably not a lot of people know your full name. Whoever told him you're Harry Dubois didn't. It's a wartime name, revolutionary. The kind mothers give their...
It's meant from bullets, hunger, shrapnel, kidnap.
Pleased to make your acquaintance.
The badge in your hands shines as you rotate it, catching light. You see lines of information.
Lieutenant W. Freighter. The lieutenant is a rank above sergeant and below captain. It's the highest. The title of Freighter is added to your rank when you decline a promotion to a higher rank. In your case, captain. There are many reasons one would do this. The rank above you in your precinct's décomptage might be taken, or sometimes promoted, and sometimes they just prefer the type of police work available to their current rank. In your case, lieutenant. Décomptage is the hierarchical system employed by... The lowest rank is junior officer, usually teenagers. Then there are the patrol officers, then sergeants, lieutenant, kings like satellite officers, and the additional freighter.
The long and short of it is, you're his superior.
You are given the title of satellite officer if your partner is quickly promoted through the ranks and you rise with him. You don't seem to be a satellite. No, I've been putting up with you because despite it matters more than driving your motor carriage into the sea.
He trusts you, for now. Try not to spoil it. Such a small yet precious thing. Expensive paper caught between...
That's just the serial number. Revachol.
The numbers are not there for good measure. They have a...
4 months ago. I'm guessing that's when you were A new badge usually comes with a new rank.
The pain in your chest. You're pretty sure you weren't doing well. But better?
Yes, it's the designation of your precinct. 41. Like mine says 57. It's a tough station to work in. You have all of Jamrock to cover. But then again, it's a legendary district, and a hell of a station too. It must be an honor and a curse.
He knew all those people, although they're not from his... And you? Is it an honor to work with? The badge in your hand shines as you rotate it.
Hi, officer. Anything I can help you with?
You've graduated to
Men with authority have their quirks. Comes with never being second. So what brings you here, Lawbringer? A fishing village on the seashore. This place doesn't really have a name. It's sometimes called Elysium. The sign on the street leading here is illegible. Has been since they built this. The name is Lillian. People call me Netpicker. I think I've...
Indeed. You're always... Ask her about the cool sword. Helps to break the ice.
Unfortunately, the factory sold this one with a 3-year warranty instead of a story. It's to intimidate folks, mostly. It's a regular mass-produced sword, like a shovel or an axe. From time to time, people need a lesson in respect. That's just the way it is. Back in the day, I caught the eyes of many men. And believe me, men need a lesson in manners from time to time. Some went to patch their wounds, their lesson learned. Others were more thick-headed. And one of them, I ended up marrying. Gone. To the waves. The sea took him. It was a long time ago. Who knows? Maybe he fell over. He didn't respect the sea. Went out there, drunk like a skunk, and... Now, before you tell me how sorry you are for my loss, know that it was 4 years ago, and I've moved on. There's only so much mourning you can do for a drunk with sinewy muscles. Us working folk don't have the luxury to be bedsick with melancholy. I buried him, mourned for an approach. Life didn't really change that much for me and the kids.
This is neither a touchy nor a very interesting. She looks like she's ready to go on a date with another, better, drunk. Ask her. Both of you could need some action.
Like I said, fish mostly. Sail the waves, take care of the kids. I sell the fish to people in the Delta to serve it. Sometimes I also walk to the beach to...
Keep it professional, man. Don't make it sound like you're hitting on her.
Wood, pieces of glass. Every once in a while we see dead bottles, drugs also, lost cargo in general. Most of the time it's just wood and...
All right. Major choice moment. You only get to ask one thing. It would be weird to say them all. Choose wisely.
Well, you're barking under the wrong tree then, officer. I have no interest in floaters. Seen enough of them in my life already. Very unattractive bunch. Let's see. Who are you looking for? I don't think I know what these are. Care to elaborate? Aha, like snowmen. Two old guys have been wandering around here, nose in sand, talking nonsense about snow. Don't really know. Further down the peninsula, I guess. I mean, that's where they were heading. Who else are you looking for besides snowmen? Yeah, I'm not really looking for that anymore. Not much into the middle-class ones either. I wish I could help you with that, but I haven't seen your working-class husband.
She seems genuinely sorry for not being able to help.
Well, how can I assist you then, officer?
Welcome to the fishing village.
Then how does she know you're here?
Oh, welcome, police officer. We don't cause any trouble.
We are not here to cause any trouble, madame.
Oh, of course. Last time we saw you around here was 12 years ago. You also came to take care of trouble then. Wish you did. But still, in Martinez, you're considered an ill omen. Maybe they are because you're an ill omen. But you're still welcome here. As long I'm sorry there's not a lot of room to park the motor carriage. And not a lot of look at me ramble on. What brings you to us? Stay? Must be. That said, if lodgings is what you're looking for, I've got a free room in the shack. I won't charge you for it. Take it as a gesture of goodwill from the village to the RCM. Oh, don't. It's your choice. No skin off my teeth. Don't make an old woman regret opening her house to...
Well, if you are not in the hostel in the morning, I'll know where to find you.
He's a little relieved you're no longer in that room. The door has seen better days. The layer of...
I'll wait outside to give you some time and privacy to check. After we are done with the day, I'll still be staying in the whirling in rags for the night.
The key turns with a satisfying click. On the table, you see a bowl of water, a rough soap, and next to it, a small hand mirror. A straight razor, like an artist with a brush or a master swordsman. You use the small mirror and the straight razor with some soap. The sharp blade chafes against your skin, producing a scratching sound. The surface underneath the beard feels tender, the air brushing against it. Beneath the doubt sprouts a new vigor, like you've discarded some bad decisions. It feels as though you've passed through a ritual. take the legal documents out of the envelope. A 12 to 40 month. The pen is shaking in. On the table, you see. As you turn, a bright light catches your eye, making you squint. From a distant sunset, a stage light, flash photography, nowhere in particular. It's just what superstar law officers do. They squint at lights. Yeah, you have. You're a big dick cop, Dick Mullen. Salem Rock. With a sudden flash, the world freezes around you. You take the legal documents out of the envelope. With a confident flourish, you complete your forgery. What do you see on the signature line? Indeed, they look distinctly different and but they're not. And the document will be nullified if they dispute it. All you need to do now is mail the signatures to everyone. There was a mail delivery box in the plaza.
Hello, mister.
She clutches a small stuffed animal. Occasionally, she twirls it around.
Oh, I had gloves.
Where did you get...
Found them when Lemmy and I were playing hide and seek. In an empty house.
She doesn't want you to think she stole them.
I hid them. The twins were gonna take them.
We're going to need those gloves. It's for important police business.
Oh. They're in my sandcastle. Behind our house. Under the sand. You can break the castle. It's not very good. It's a grouse.
You might be able to get on Gart's good side if you make up for the skewer you broke.
Sure, just go and get it.
All right. You just need to grab it from the ceiling and go.
Bye!
Weather has not been kind to Lily's little sandcastle. The once mighty towers are quickly eroding away. You can see something shining back to you. The walls and floors give way to the giant's greed. collapse and present you with...
Congratulations. That's the gauntlet's down then.
Hey, tequila! Good to see you. How's business? How's the whole reality? So what's happening? Yeah, Tequila Sunset.
He says it like it's obviously your name. Like you call someone Billy Brunel or leader of the 4th Street Gang.
That's the spirit. I used to shape reality into my image a long time ago. Those days are over now. Sadly, things aren't going that well in Idiot Doom Spiral Land. Haven't found those keys yet, haven't won that great piece of ass back. No.
Idiot Doom Spiral, huh? This is bound to be a good, high-concept conversation. At last.
It's you. We've met before. Don't you remember? Aha. Do you want to know? Let me take a sip to moisten up my chords. Tequila Sunset rolled into Martinez last Friday. Hey, let's not jump ahead of ourselves. You got here on Friday to solve a case, hoping to be the early bird who gets the worm. And by the worm, I mean the buzz. Word on the street is you went around the local hostel telling people that you're a police officer, and that it would be really fucked up if you shot yourself.
It is. The lieutenant's brow is furrowed. He's listening as casually as he...
It was a late Saturday night when we, the Union of Moribund Alcoholics, were getting our drink on. Nothing remarkable about this. We get our... One moment we hear the sound of a motor carriage revving up somewhere on the plaza, followed...
Do you remember the sound of wood crack?
Naturally, loud noises pique the interest of anybody owning a pair of ears. That's just the reality we're in. Anyway, there was a brief silence. A gasp of silence, if you will. Sounded like someone jumped the canal. We grabbed our brewskis. What we saw was a sight to behold. A beat-up police carriage containing the top. So, naturally, being the curious cat I am, I asked what time. The time hath come for Tequila Sunset, the end of all things. Your reality contracted. We ran towards the ice, whilst you crawled your way out, miraculously. When we finally got there, you were sitting on the beach crying. You said that your badge and uniform...
In this way, you and your motor...
Recognizing a brother in need, we offered our condolences and We asked about the whole Tequila Sunset thing, and you told us it was your name now, and insisted that we all call you that from then on. No, that's just what your mother called you. Your hours. It was an all-night drink-a-thon. Then, at some point, how they're beautiful and also whores and so on. How one of them fucked you real bad.
Wow.
Yeah, I bet Tequila's a fucking legend around.
If you only knew.
You were pretty vague about it, but you kept saying you got fucked real...
No one's fucked me.
It seemed pretty painful, to be honest with you. If I had to guess, I'd say you're beside your gun and your badge. You said something about... In retrospect, I guess you lost your motor carriage, too? You told us that they were a bunch of fucking losers.
It's more like you were cramping.
No specifics, though. It was more about you that night. You said it was no biggie and that you'd solve it in no time.
A lot of cops go solo and hermit once they...
It's not meant as a joke. He's sorry for the hermit cop.
Yeah, you kept talking about how the coal mine owners were... I didn't agree with you, by the way. The spectral hand of the market makes sure everyone gets exactly... You kept apologizing for being such... You also kept pausing to knock the heel of your hand against your temples, saying, it's a hard thing for a man to confront his past. That's why I avoid mine at all costs. We are saving...
Please don't...
Okay, we're drinking. We're drinking alcohol. That's what we're doing. I tried. So now it's a pirate's life for me. Whoop-de-doo. So now I'm a fucking storyteller. Right. Why not? Better... It depends, really.
You might get scammed here.
Booze. Did you already forget our party? So, have you got anything for good old idiot Doom Spiral? A bottle for a story. Seems fair to me. Not much, but it will do.
Hey, Spiral Boy, you gonna share that?
Don't call.
Shut up, guys. I'm telling a story here. Something happened to you. I was once a reasonably high net worth individual. A founder/junior partner at a high concept creative services. I used the profits from my agency to finance what I called a cultural. I developed the paradigm, worked within the paradigm. But the burden of leadership weighed heavily on me. So I went jogging 22 full-time employees, an all-star team, a potentially historical set. It did. With my trusty Sansaric, but now dreams are worn thin, much like my tracksuit. One day I left on my evening run. As you may know, it's impossible to clear your head when you're...
His eyes are clouded. His eyes.
So I removed the key ring and put the keys for the front gate and the apartment into different pockets to stop the jangling. I was halfway done with my usual lap when it started to rain. The reality situation became very wet, very quickly. Wet, okay? It was raining really hard. I made my way back home and discovered that I didn't have the key to the front. Naturally, the situation required me to climb over the gate, which I did. There was no climbing down because I slipped and landed on my ass. Reality was looking rather grim just then. Me lying on my ass in a mud pit So I made my way across the yard. Standing in front of my apartment door, fumbling with my pockets, I rang my neighbor's buzzers. It was late, and most of them didn't even answer. People are naturally wary of ad men, you see. One moment someone chats you up, 5 minutes later you've bought a box of edible lingerie and a strap.
Heavy is the head.
Just then I experienced a moment of clarity. I still had the key to my... But when I reached my office, I remembered that I'd asked one of my producers to change the locks that day. And since Anyway, long story short, life spiraled out of control. I haven't gotten into my apartment for years, and
He pinches his thigh as if to check whether this reality...
So, now you've heard my tragic tale. What do you think? Like nothing you've ever heard, huh? Tequila, I've thought about this series of events for a long time.
Why didn't you go to the...
Well, at one point they came to me, but, you know, I didn't have... I can't say it increased my faith in the RCM. No offense, gentlemen. Me neither, Tequila. When I lost my keys, I lost more than access to my apartment. You can't imagine what that does to a man's confidence. Anyway, that was all the story one bottle gets you. Good fucking question, Tequila. If I knew the answer, you think I'd be... I used to own my reality situation. My business buddies and I... Now I can't hang on to anything. Just last week, I stole this nice new...
You of all people should empathize with this. Perhaps this lost jacket is something...
My agency. Man. The Boom Boom Room. Our concept was combining... I convinced my partners to reinvest some of our profits in an even more high-concept... I was financing a group of poets in East Revachol who were developing a new universal poetic...
Sounds intriguing. If it sounds like it makes no sense, that's because it doesn't.
That's rich coming from you, Tequila.
I don't know where he picked up these views, but wherever it was...
Anyway, that's not the point. The point is that mixing art and sex can make you fucking rich. Just don't go on a jog, unleashing a cat... What? You've never seen one...
You really shouldn't touch it.
That might be the right idea. This here is one of the last of its kind.
Wow, you're lucky.
That's because your paws are fucking filthy, Rosemary. We're right next to the bay, you... My fellow members of the U...
Hey!
Shut the fuck up, Rosemary.
I thought he was a cool cop.
Don't call... And this is Abs. So yeah, that's basically us. We drink together. Tequila, it's a verifiable tragedy. It was practically brand... Say, you're a detective, right? Maybe you can help old Doom Spiral out. Solve the case of the... If I knew where I lost it, don't you think I'd have it? I mean, somewhere north of here, that's for sure. You could ask around, see if anyone's seen it. I'm all ears, Tequila. You too, Tequila.
Good to see you, friend. Do I have deals set up for you, buddy? So what do you want? I got smokes. They're cheap. Very cheap. I got Pilsner. Great deal. You won't get a better deal on that piss. Spirits I can let go for 300 real. See, friend? It's real valuable. Worth every real, if you catch my drift. Got it from a bit of a business venture. You know, it's funny, actually.
He's finding it difficult to focus.
What?
Keep him talking.
This guy. Oh, this is medicinal spirits. I got one of those scientific ampules a few months ago. Torpedo, they call it. Didn't stop me for shit, that's for sure. 5 lemons with half a pack of butter and you're good to go. It was. In a week, the goddamn kidneys started giving me all kinds of help. Finally, those arseholes charged me 4 real to remove the damn thing. But I came out on top after all. The idiots left me alone in there. Now, I used to teach high school biology. I know what... Like 3 cans of this blue medicinal stuff from the back room. Threw the snakes out and voila. What's 2 I already sold to these fine gentlemen here. But this last one is yours for 3...
Don't say it.
Yeah, you thought right. Don't even try to sneak anything past old Rosemary here. I got all senses locked on you, buddy boy. So what will it be? Aye, that's what I said just now. 300 real. Don't...
You acted with great compassion and dignity, not taking advantage.
So what do you...
His tone is aggressive. You're getting on his bad side now.
In the civilized world, it's a custom to tip the shopkeep.
see, a once bright a slogan used to intertwine with the loops a long time ago. Now, only a shadow of peeled letters.
Looks like tomorrow never came.
A drop in temperature, an easy flow of air, an empty street. Before you, a thoroughfare, chemically sweetened. Across the road, a forgotten bus stop. Corrosion. The road is smooth and motley. Craters filled with a black asphalt. The asphalt, a tub warm with water, white with soap. A man bathes while radio waves transmit. The number 312D. Young girls used to come here, huddled up, hoping for more warmth than their thin coats give them. The craters pocked the surface. Children played in them until heavy trucks full of black pitch rolled in. The landowners have filled. There's one bump on the road. A dead dog lies flat about 200 paces away. Tragedy comes from the wheels of a fast RCM vehicle, hurrying to work. The wind moves the aerosol. A detective stands. You see a slogan. scattering of bullet holes is spread across the cracked wall, reaching from one...
Correct. The density of the... Meaning, this is a lot of bullet holes. Looks like fully automatic rifle fire. Something... The manufacturing and sale of automatic rifles was curtailed after the revolution. The destructive power of such tools proved to be too much. We do need to...
I need... A scattering of bullet holes is spread across the cracked wall, reaching from one corner to the other. I need... A scattering of bullet holes is spread across a row of ghostly shades stand facing the wall. There are many of them, a dozen at least, their heads lowered at 10 meters away. Other shades are lined up in an orderly manner, automatic rifles primed. A gust of wind blows by. A long time has passed since the moment of this fusillading. The abundance of bullet holes leads to two options. Either an inordinate amount of executions were performed here, or they did not use a host of men, probably in everyday clothes, ragged from the conflict and covered in dust. They were not sitting, they stand, facing the wall. It's impossible to discern any deep. 7 men in combat uniforms and dark coats, holding the commandant, the one who gives the order. Machine gun fire crackling.
I don't know. I don't know who died here, lined up beside that horrible wall. It could have been any of the parties involved in the revolution. Perhaps the ones executed here were the loyalist conservatives, killed by the communists at the start of the siege. It could even have been the employees of the failed R&D center down the coast.
Or maybe...
Yeah, it's very unlikely the coalition forces were the ones who died here. To be honest, if a coalition member was anyone in this situation, it was a commandant.
A cold sea wind. Someone has left an unidentifiable article of clothing on this wreck. It's streaked with dried seagull shit and tangled with pieces of seaweed. It seems likely that it was left in the surf until someone laid it out on this fence.
Please tell me you're not taking that with you. I'm sure he'll be thrilled to have it returned.
smell. It's awful and familiar. Don't you recognize it? That hideous pungency. Something cold. It is death. The lieutenant has...
Eyes up, detective.
There's some tear, an empty cigarette package, and a crumpled kebab wrap. 2 empty bottles of Tallulah vodka. No, there's more in there. Livis strawberry liquor.
A tragedy.
He shakes his head with genuine sad. Whoever tossed it here was a heavy smoker. The brand name reads. You see traces of mayonnaise and ketchup on it, as well as... It's no older than a day. It's hard to concentrate in the smell. A man lies on the boardwalk, his limbs bent and neck turned at an unnatural angle. Right next to him, the smell is not as bad as a 2-week-old.
Hold on. Lividity is faintly pronounced. Whoever this is, he's been dead for 2 days. No longer.
Another dead body. Calm now. Carefully. Just another day. Just another dead body. Breathe. He's wearing mud-caked boots, beige trousers, and an old brown leather. The leather jacket suits him well. A cool leather jacket with a bolt of blue. You find some sunflower seeds and a rain-soaked library card folded.
Good. We should take a look at that library card after this is done.
The man has fallen through a crack in the boardwalk and hit his head against a bad form. It might have been darker. When damp, these boards are really slippery. Even a sober man could lose their balance here. His expression is dull, like the sea behind him. Drops of water shining. Height, 170 to 175 cm. There's some dried blood on the metal bench, right where the corpse's head rests. The floorboards are rotten and slippery wet around the hole. An empty... Be very, very careful where you step here. A dried chunk of blood covers the hair at the back of his head. An open wound. This is what...
I don't see any other major wounds, do you? Seems like the head wound was fatal. It's exactly the shape of the bench.
A .75 liter to...
Tear all around us.
Grabowski spearmint chewing gum. Green leaves on the cover. The man's mouth, the blackness of death. Stench. Confirmed. Nearly the whole pack is there.
He ate the whole pack, right? It's to cover the smell. I've seen it before. Almost the same scenario. Even the chewing gum. It's always the same.
They screech under your feet ominously. It's hard to say whether the dead man's weight was the cause. You see waves churning below. Something cracked. He could have easily disappeared into the sea through that hole. The entire boardwalk creaks in the wind.
Looks like one of the locals. He'd have to know this spot to come here. But that's just a lazy assumption.
A dead working-class man with a bottle in his hand? Don't
The woman you met at the book stand? Why do you think it's her?
Because it's the most working-class death you've ever seen.
The bright blue lining? Well, he's definitely someone's husband. Death by misadventure. He slipped and fell through the boardwalk. A truly unfortunate accident. If it wouldn't have been for that bench... Oh yes. Some symptoms of acute alcohol poisoning could have definitely played a role. But I think that death arrived through head trauma, not liver failure. No, I don't see anything that points in that direction. For now, let's...
Yes, but what if there's a killer on the loose? 2 suspicious deaths in such...
Without any further evidence? Yeah. What about it? The deceased ate some kebab. It's probably from...
Sometimes a kebab is just a kebab.
They'll seal this place off after the news reaches the coalition officials. I doubt not that sealing it off would keep anyone away. All it does is keep the city council's hand. It does seem to be a pretty straightforward misadventure. Although there's still a question. From where I stand, I can see two options. We either take the case and follow the leads to identify the body on our own, or we report back to the station and leave this for our colleagues to handle. Alright, we should first examine the library card you found. Then we can call the station from my kinem.
The library card is folded into two, and Billy is a unisex name. Could be the deceased. Whoever owns this card is an avid reader. You find a list of books written in blue. Most of these titles seem to be in the sci-fi genre. If lost, please return the card to the library.
Good. We should give them a call from my kinema. See if we can learn it.
Good idea. The worn map features the patchwork your finger.
For a more detailed view of the map, go.
The dented yellow mailbox greets you with its graffito and bullet hole. You drop the white envelope in the darkness. It lands with about a week's worth of mail as collected in there. Probably did the right thing. You can't trust that slug.
Alright, let's go back to Everard. If we don't mention anything to him, he won't know before it's too late.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? One moment. Can you please describe the body? Age, sex, cause of death?
We suspect he might have been inebriated when he fell.
Any signs of violence? No field autopsy necessary.
You can hear her quickly typing.
What about his belongings? Did you examine his clothes? Any information on the library card? Good. Yeah. Do you and Lieutenant Kitsuragi want to take the case, or should I? I have assigned the case to Lieutenant Kim Kitsuragi. Please follow up on this library lead guide. That's all for now. Thank you for reporting in. Is there anything else I can do for you? I'm afraid they're closed. It says here that the library is...
We should try again during...
Anything else, Detective? 50...
In the cabin, you see... The porter reel is just what you needed. The reel's attached. You press the large button marked Commencer, and the tape starts spinning. There's a small delay before the song starts. It sounds like someone's moving in the room, getting comfortable. Telling you about the tiniest church in Cesar. Within seconds you know, this is the one. The real shit you've been looking for. A click, then silence for a bit. Then the tape stops. Of course you could sing this. You could take Sad to a whole new level. Yup. And the B-side of the tape contains the instrumental version. It's like the world itself is telling you to do it. Only one obstacle, Scott. You have to convince Scott to let you sing karaoke in the whirling. The lieutenant looks at you as you remove...
Can I help you? What is this thing? Okay, well, this is actually a nice bird. I can fix it to the plaque and have a new bird in the establishment, I guess?
People just don't know how to accept gifts. This was mostly about the fucking cardio. Massive...
I feel good about our work here today. It's all about the little things, like...
It's not actually about that, but he liked it.
No, you don't.
He tries not to look at you. It's dangerous to acknowledge the karaoke man.
It's for the... It's for no one. It's a prop. I'm not letting anyone use it after the great karaoke catastrophe of 44. Okay, yes, it's for some clients. Ha! Well, we don't have any tape.
He's lying, but whatever. You don't really need his lame tracks. The man in the vest and the violet shirt stare. This is the look of a man who's...
Fine. Climb on that stage and do your thing. Just get out of my...
I'm having it uninstalled, he mumbles to himself. The stage is all set up for your performance. You feel a little dizzy.
So, are you ready for your thing now? Let me know when I should turn on the karaoke carousel.
The air. The stage. You feel.
So, are you ready for your.
The air. The stage. You feel.
So, are you ready for your.
The air is. Someone dims the lights as the music starts. Okay, here we go.
I would often go there. To the tiny church there. The smallest church in Saint-San. Though it once was larger. How the realm may rest there. Down through the mist there. Toward the Seven Sisters. Toward those pale cliffs there. I would often stay there. In that tiny yard there. I have been so glad here. Looking forward to the past here. But now, you are all alone. None of this matters. No, none of this matters. At all.
A lazy applause fills the room. You feel your hands shake as awareness of your body returns to you. The lieutenant doesn't say anything. He's incapable of blushing. But if he...
Good, good. Are we ready? I want to...
Last words? Paintbrush? Check. Heavy. The paintbrush in your hand is like a loaded revolver. What will it be, Desperado? Quite a few things come to mind. You've spoken. The wall will now silently repeat the message for a decade or so, until the sea air degrades the paint, adding another layer of detritus to the city.
Very poetic. Real poetry. Should we return to our murder investigation?
Gendarmerie, you found me.
His slender figure is backlit by city lights. It feels like a Friday. He seems to be in a good...
Beautiful. So tell me, are you here to make things right again? Beautiful. I have some good news for you. My Sunday friend is visiting me tonight. I told him about you and he'd like to say hello. Step in. He's already waiting. That's nice, but I don't have anything to tell you.
He takes another drag of his unfiltered cigarette. Downstairs, a cat crosses the yard.
Besides,
something tells you you're never going to talk to an individual this cool or mysterious ever again.
To the city. It's a beautiful night.
Something flutters in the corner of the...
We'll talk. Just not tonight. Take care, all right?
And he's gone again. Looks like it's becoming a theme for him.
Right after you.
Officers of the Revachol Citizens Militia.
You shouldn't be seeing him in an intimate setting. Superior, but his hands are clean and well manicured.
My name is Charles Vildrouin, and I am an official with the coalition government. I heard you talking to my friend outside. Very good.
Hanging? What a drag. He seems like a cultured gentleman. You should ask him about the finer things.
Of course. Let me just say it has been an emotional week for me.
The lieutenant takes out his notebook and nods to you to proceed.
I'm sorry to say I did, officer.
He didn't see the hanging. He saw the little show staged by the Hardys. Let him talk. He may know more than even he knows.
Officer, it's very difficult to describe what I saw that night.
He holds out his hands and blossoms.
What do you mean, like in a play?
It was just so strange. I could barely I was on the balcony when it happened, getting some fresh air. I remember that first they came in. That's when I understood.
That lines up with previous testimony, doesn't it? Well done, detective.
Only that there were about 8 or 10. I couldn't make out anything. It was so dark. But I suspect you knew that already. I can't say I'm surprised. The fine reputation of the men and women serving in the RCM is well deserved. A moment. Do you have everything you need from me? I'm afraid we won't have the chance to speak again once you leave. Of course.
The old woman, the buzz of electric light.
Yes, I can't really sleep anymore. Only if my suggestion is, don't grow any older than you already are. That's old enough. I can wash it for you. But it's going to take about...
I could use a breather. It's been another track and field day.
Well, hand it over then. Must say, I'm proud of this one. It's pretty nice underneath all that filth. I hope you take better care of it than its last owner.
It's getting late.
Good night, officer. We'll meet in...